So officially welcome Sue and John to the afternoon session. So nice to see you both. So Sue, you were just sharing something about your experience, your thoughts yesterday.
Yeah. So we were reading yesterday about the authority problem. You said this was quite a major part of a major lesson in the course. So I was trying to work it out again for myself because I was struggling to kind of get it yesterday. So in my own words, I think we think we've created ourselves from man and woman, and but how can that really be? Because actually we're only an idea in the mind of God. And then I thought, well, why is that an authority problem? What is it? What is the problem? And I suppose the problem is that we think we are the great creators. We are the ones in charge because we've created ourselves. But yeah, and yeah, that's as far as I got.
Yeah, well, that's most of the way. Yeah, we've created ourselves. So this is the authority problem. So the author or source, our source, we don't see as our real source. We see our source as an idea of separation.
Okay, so authority is author. Yeah, okay, I hadn't really got it.
Authority is the author or the source. So, what is our source? If you think an idea, so you're saying you made up the idea of separation. So how can you think that idea is your source? If you made it up, the decision maker in your mind, the part of your mind that decided to split and then decided, no, yes, I want this idea that I've made up, tiny mad idea. Let me share my screen. We'll go through the diagram once again. I think it might be quite useful. So you can just see, in visual format what he's talking about. Okay, so there's the course manual. Okay, and we go there. Okay. So there you have thought of separation, the tiny mad idea. And that gives birth to an alternate consciousness we call the ego, or the universal mind, or Satan. And that idea we now think is our source. But something must have thought of the idea. There was a thought that popped into the mind from somewhere. There must have been a pre-existing awareness or mind for that thought to have occurred to the mind, you see? So if you believe that this thought that you made actually made you, which is what the ego is trying to convince us of, now this is the big cheese, this thought is in charge, then that's a huge authority problem, because you are believing that the idea that made you, you believing that idea, which you made up, made you. Well, how can that be true? It's clearly not true, because something here thought of the separation. So there was a pre-existing mind. So what he's saying is that this source, this true awareness, this mind pre-existed the thought of separation. Now the tiny mad idea occurs, and in that is birthed an alternate consciousness, some other idea of ourselves. And that idea now births the ego, because then we believe in that idea. So saying you made the ego, right? There's a false idea in your mind. Now you've split your mind, and you consciously chose. You gave yourself this false decision-making prerogative, as he calls it, and you consciously chose the ego. You chose to believe in it, and now you choose in your self-deception to believe that the idea that you made up as the decision maker made you, and you've ignored your source. Because it's kind of the void.
Would it be fair to say that the tiny man idea was an innocent thought, but when we actually decide to believe in it, we engage with it, and that is the birth of the ego.
Yeah. Well, the tiny man idea was an idea. Yes, it was not innocent in the sense that innocence in our terminology is pure formless awareness and perfect love. That's innocence. So it wasn't of innocence. It wasn't an innocent thought. But it was a curious thought. It was like, well, maybe there's something else. So kind of a wondering. That could be interesting. And then, of course, we decide to choose that idea. We decide to believe in that idea. And that decision is what really makes the ego up.
Yeah.
Because we choose to believe. If it was like a curious wondering and the mind just went, no, we'll just let that go straight away. There's really nothing there, and go back to oneness. But the idea was seductive. It was an interesting, for a mind that's only ever known oneness, this was interesting to pursue.
And don't we kind of reenact that many times each day when we have an innocent thought that kind of pops ahead, or a negative thought, and we decide to go with it.
Yeah, in many ways, this world is just a miniature of this original decision to separate and then split the mind, make that decision to go with it. So whenever you decide to listen to that voice, that kind of wondering, which has now become quite a strong impulse because we've done this over and over and over again, then you reenact the separation.
Yeah. Because, I mean, we all have negative thoughts. The question is, do we pursue them or not? Or we all have thoughts. We all have thoughts that
something pops into your mind, and then you kind of go, okay, now I've got to evaluate that and decide if this is something I want to go with or not. And really, this path, another way of looking at it, saying you're just creating more awareness of those thoughts so that you can make a better choice about them. The thought comes, and then, okay, do I just react on impulse to this, or do I just pause and go, no, this isn't the thought I want. It certainly doesn't deserve any action or reaction, and so I'm willing to let it go. And that ability is the essence of emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
The ability to pause between stimulus and response and say, okay, well, let me now evaluate my response consciously, governed by a set of principles. This is how we make our decisions in life. Principles decide. So am I just going to react on impulse, or am I going to consciously look at this and go, no, my principles are not according to this thought. I believe in oneness, and so this thought is not in accord. So I can just let it go. The thought doesn't define me. It's just a kind of random thought.
So could we say that the first time, that the original time that this happened, we were unconscious, but in our practice on a daily basis, we reenact this, but use our decision maker to was consciously not that route.
Yeah. And so you're almost going back to that. It's a miniature of when the mind first decided, and the idea of separation was a good idea, and decided to believe in it. And you're now reversing that decision moment by moment, saying, no, actually, that wasn't a good idea. Because we've been reliving this over and over and over again.
Yeah.
One bad choice, we believed in it, and that, leads to the whole descent into hell. We end up as victims of an unfair world, seemingly living a helpless, innovative little life as human beings on some random planet. I mean, it's kind of bizarre. Like, what is this? Where are we? Some random planet in a random solar system in a random galaxy. It's one of billions, and we're just kind of like stuck here in the middle of nowhere. Like, what is this place? You know what I mean? You have to wonder. If you just look at the cosmology of it, it's like what? We seem to be all alone in the universe. There's obviously speculation of alternative life, but we've never proved that. So, like, what? What a crazy conception. You're all alone on this little planet in the middle of this vast dark universe, which apparently has no other life going on, and it's all pretty scary and lonely. And that's the result of the ego's thought system, which we live with every day. We don't. Most people are not conscious, that we're all alone in this vast galaxy, vast universe. But that's the ego script.
Well, are we saying
Mm-hmm.
are we saying an authority problem or an authorship problem?
Yeah, well, it's the same root word. Authority problem is the problem of who is your author, who is your source, what is your source. And the ego is telling you one thing, and the spirit's telling you another, and so you must choose between them, because you cannot have your
authority
source.
I guess authority has a different meaning for me, in the sense of its authority problem equals having a problem with authority, having a problem with one's boss.
Yeah, but the problem is still who's in charge. You see, who's in charge? That's the authority problem.
Yeah.
So who am I going to listen to? Who am I going to obey? Well, surely you should obey your source. The source that actually created you. That is the very source of your being. That would be the thing to obey, because that's your true source, your true father, as he puts it, going way beyond the human. So we've now invented this world based on a false belief, that the belief we made us. We've now invented a world where we seem to have been created by bodies. So man and woman get together, do their thing, and then 9 months later, out pops a body, and that's our birth, and that's who we are. Now, isn't that a bit bizarre? If you're eternal source, that's just a crazy conception. That just makes no sense at all. So within the human framework, we take this all as normal. Yeah, well, you're born, you have parents, but it's all part of a false system based on false logic that's invented this idea of birth and death, and you got to start looking at it from this Holy Spirit's perspective and going, this is all just bonkers. It just makes no sense at all. What we take for granted as human life, when you go into the metaphysics of it and you understand the authority problem, it just makes no sense at all. The whole thing makes no sense. No aspect of it makes any sense at all. It's based on a false idea that you authored yourself. Well, how's that possible? You can't. And then it's another, just way of deconstructing the whole thing. Going, this is just crazy. I can't believe in this anymore. How can I believe I'm a body born from other bodies? So that's now the other bodies are my parents. Like, how does that work? My other bodies are my parents, really? And then they're gonna die. So then I appear to lose my source. It's all just really strange when you think that you have this eternal oneness, eternal source in your mind that is forever there, that can never fade away, that can never die. Like, why would you choose all of this when you could just have that. And that's really all Jesus is saying. So just remind yourself of your true authority. We'll have a look at authority, actually. It's always useful looking at definitions. Authority meaning. So the power, right, to give orders, make decisions, and enforce obedience. So that's one. Political administrative power and control. Health authorities issued a worldwide alert. Well, we're familiar with that one. Power to influence others, especially because of one's commanding manner or one's recognized knowledge about something. Confidence resulting from personal expertise, a person with extensive or specialized knowledge, book or other source able to supply reliable information or evidence. Yeah. So none of those definitions really get to the meat of what we're talking about here. But that's not unusual, because the course has its own definition of things, doesn't it? So why don't we add an authority into our glossary of terms?
Yeah.
Could be worth authority. Oh, there we go. We have authority problem.
Mm.
The internal conflict caused by believing that, we did that the other day, didn't we? Created our source, i.e., belief in separation or ego wanting to believe that it created you and your source. Authority is the problem of authorship. You want that? Authority is the problem of authorship. Authority is, I won't say the problem, authorship, i.e., what is your source? What is your source, and what will you allow to guide your... Because if you accept a false source, then you're going to accept false guidance, aren't you? Guide your decisions and actions. Authorship, i.e. Okay, so happy with that? Does that clarify the authority problem?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so Sue, can you explain it back to me? Use the diagram to help you if you need.
So the authority problem refers to our belief that we created ourselves from bodies to be a body. Whereas
not entirely, no, because it goes deeper than that. Let's have a look at the text, shall we? We'll go back there. Okay, so does the previous section. So what is he saying here? He's saying the authority problem. So number 2. Read number 2 again. How about that? Paragraph 2.
Yet, what would you say to someone who believed this question really involves conflict? If you made the ego, how can the ego have made you? Still the only source of conflict. because the ego was made out of the wish of God's Son to father him.
Love's extension to extend it. So we wanted to turn the tables. So instead of being love's extension, no, we're in charge now. We're the source.
Yeah, so remind me, who's in that? So who is the him in sentence 3? The ego is made
him.
of God's
To father him is God.
Right.
God's Son to father him. In other words, father God, father love or pure formless awareness. We can go and we can have a look at our translations if you like. It might help. So where are we? Chapter 11, that's what we want. Okay, so number 2. Okay, so the translation, you want to read the translation?
The authority problem is still the only source of conflict because the belief in separation was made out of the wish of love's extension to create its own source.
Does that make more sense? It's said like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The belief in separation, then, is nothing more than a delusional system in which you made your own source. Make no mistake about this. It sounds insane when it is stated with perfect honesty, but the belief in separation never looks on what it does with perfect honesty. Yet that is its insane premise, which is carefully hidden in the limited foundation of its thought system. And either the belief in separation which you made is your source, or its whole thought system will not stand.
Okay.
So I'm still struggling with that number 2. If you made the belief in separation, how can the belief in separation have made you?
It's a question mark, isn't
it?
If you made the belief in separation, so if we made the belief in separation, how can the belief in separation have made you? If we do one thing,
pointing out the obvious inconsistency of that.
If we do one thing, how can it have done it to us?
Yeah, something you made, right? Part of our mind, the decision maker part of our mind. Let's go back to our diagram, shall we? So tiny mad idea seems to happen, pops into the mind. That intrigues the mind. The mind then decides to follow it, decides to believe it. So that decision maker and the decision is what made the ego. So how can the belief that we made up, the you as the decision maker, how can that belief have made you? Because there was something that part of your mind, an awareness that could decide to believe in the ego. So how can then that belief have made you? Not possible. Which is just framed in a question and said, well, how is this actually possible? If you look at it this way with such clarity, this is not possible. And so that delusion is the authority problem. The belief that you made up made you. Because this belief, which is all the ego is, the belief in separation, this belief is what made the entire world, the universe, all the bodies in it. So now this seems to be your author. This seems to be your source. If you identify yourself as a body with an identity, separate identity, then this idea now seems to be your source that made you. But how can that be if you made it?
Right.
Does that make sense now? So yes, the bodies, thinking that we're born of bodies, is part of the authority problem. But it's a symptom, it's not the ultimate cause. Believing that we are born of parents and those are other bodies are now our source is part of the delusional system that the ego is now sponsored based on the one authority problem. That the ego believes, you believe that the ego is now in charge. The belief in separation is now in charge when you made up the belief. So there's a you, a decision maker, that's given it that power that pre-exists the belief. The belief has no power without the mind that decides to believe in it. So that mind, which tracks you back to God, love, oneness, the source of that mind is the authority. Because the decision maker takes you then to, okay, well, who's the decision maker then? Well, there must have been an awareness, a mind that pre-existed the thought of separation that can decide, and maybe it can decide now for this, or it could decide to go back to oneness. So that decision maker is the beginning of the idea that, yes, I am just this. I am that I am, as we talked about yesterday. I am just this presence. And making the choice for the Holy Spirit, for oneness, takes you this direction rather than this direction. And so this idea authority problem that he's bringing is another way of awakening us to the fact, yes, we have the power to make a decision and we can choose the other way. And we chose to go this way. That's kicked off a whole dream and a whole delusion, but we can choose to go the other way. And that systematically undoes the thoughts of separation and all of its effects if we keep choosing that. And
Yeah.
that's really what he's trying to help us to do through all of this teaching. Okay, so we'll have another go. Try and explain it in a minute.
Well, I understand it when you explain it, but I'm not sure I can explain it myself.
Have a go. I'll just start with what he was talking about here. So let's go back to authority problem. If you made the ego, how can the ego have made you?
Okay, so we believe that the ego made us who.
Take your time. Sorry, I'm just plugging in my computer while you think. I realize I don't have power. Just go with it, Sue. Start somewhere in.
Yeah, where do I start?
Ask the Holy Spirit to do it. So the authority problem is start with, like, what's the decision? Answer to the question, who is my source? What is my source? This is really the authority problem. We're confused about what our source is. So start from there.
In our mind had this idea that we could separate from the ego, which is which
I can't hear you now. What's happened?
created the ego, the belief in separation. How can that be made us? Because we are the source of it, not the ego. And if we are the source of it, that takes us back to the decision maker where we had the idea, which means that we have the choice to decide that our source is the ego or God.
Exactly. Decision maker takes you out of the delusion that the ego made you, because if the ego made you, there's no choice. The belief in separation defines you, and you must obey its dictates. But if you realize that actually there's another source, you have a choice, you made up this belief, then clearly there's another you, a decision maker that can make another choice. Getting in touch with this decision maker is what this whole process is about. Saying, yeah, you can now choose. The decision maker can choose between the ego, which is false, and the Holy Spirit, which is the remembrance of oneness, that's true. You can go either way. And of course, that's the most threatening idea for the ego. It's like, well, yes, you can undo it. You don't have to believe in it anymore. It's going to try and convince you that it's the only option, that it made you, it's your source, and you're now governed by this, and you have to follow its dictates. And Jesus is saying, no, that's not the case, because it's a delusional system in which you made your own source. So how can that have any validity at all? So it sounds insane. It's stated with perfect honesty that the ego never looks on what it does with perfect honesty. And that is its insane premise. It's carefully hidden in the dark cornerstone of its thought system. So it's the foundation of its thought system, which it never wants you to look at. Yeah, the ego which you made is your father, is your source, or its whole thought system will not stand. So on this authority problem, the ego will stand or fall. And it knows that. So what it tries to get you to do is not even consider the question, just accept without question that yes, you are separate, you're born of a body, this is who you are. So in other words, the belief in separation, if you believe you're a body and that your authors were your parents, that's part of the delusional system of believing that your own idea of separation is what made you, is what created you. So that's built into the whole insane system that we caught up in, time and space and so on. Okay, so happy with that? Well done. I think you kind of got that. So quite an important concept, worth spending some time on. All right, so shall we have a little look at the lesson then? So lesson, where are we? Okay, so there's the lesson. In fact, what I'm going to do is we're going to do our little translation. Is I'm just going to bring it up, and we'll do it off here, and I'll copy and paste it as we go. Okay, so chapter 11, let's go lesson 78. And we'll go lesson 79. Alright, so just going to paste it all in here, and then we can do it off here. Okay, so let me recognize the problem so it can be solved. It's a good one. This one. Let me just get into another recording. Let me recognize the problem so it can be solved. Just make that a bit bigger. Get some decent line spacing going. Okay, so do you want to start off with number 1?
Let me recognize the problem so it can be solved. A problem cannot be solved if you do not know what it is. Even if it is really solved already, you will still have the problem because you will not recognize that it has been solved. This is the situation of the world. The problem of separation, which is really the only problem, has already been solved. Yet the solution is not recognized because the problem is not recognized.
Okay, I don't think we need any translation there. It's pretty much pretty straightforward. Any thoughts on that?
Well, he's saying that the only real problem we've got is the problem of separation, and it's already been solved because it never happened. We don't recognize.
That's the implication. He doesn't explicitly state that. He's saying, that the problem of separation is not really a problem because it's a delusion. You've invented it, and it never really happened. So it's already been solved, but you don't recognize it because the problem's not recognized. So down here, if we look at this mad dream we've put ourselves into, down here when we're in the helpless, innovative little life, believing we're a body, and living in this incredibly difficult, problematic, complex world, we see problems everywhere. We see, there's all the problems are outside of us. The world's very problematic. There's all kinds of things that seem to threaten us, that tempt us, and so on. And what our minds have got caught up in is in the projection of the problem. So we think the problem's now outside of us. And we don't remember that the problem is the one problem of separation, is the only problem behind all of our experiences in time and space that seem to be causing us the problems. So it's already been solved. We simply realized, who our author is, that actually the idea of separation isn't true, that only oneness, perfect love is true. Then there's no problem, because that idea, which led to all the problems, is simply not real. But we believe that our problem lies here, on this level of form. And so that keeps us in the problem rather than seeing what the one problem is and being able to solve it. Because if you know there's only one problem, then it's easy to solve it, isn't it?
Mm.
But if you keep yourself believing that there's many problems, and each one presents you with different kinds of problems and different things you've got to do to solve the problems, then you'll never see that there's only one problem. And that's really what he's saying in this lesson. And let me recognize the problem so it can be solved. Okay, so happy with number 1? So moving swiftly on to number 2. Do you want to read number 2, John?
I'd like to just share a problem that's just hit me, actually.
Okay.
I've kind of booked in to go for a second prostate operation, and I've had the urologist is having problems. He doesn't tell me when he's going to call, and he never catches me at the right moment.
Right.
And I've asked him the question around how long do I need? What's the recovery time after the operation? So as I can time it, so I can get the timing right. And so that's one element. The other element is he hasn't actually seen the MRI scan that was done after the operation that I had last year. Albeit he thinks he has, but the scan he saw was before I had the operation. So I'm in this egoic confusion of just confusion in every direction. I can't get to speak to him. I haven't managed to speak to him. I have given him now the up-to-date copy of the MRI, but I'm not sure he's got it because I delivered to the hospital on Saturday and the door was closed and I just put it through the door. And now I've got a letter from him saying he's tried to contact me, blah, blah, blah. I would advise that you don't go abroad for several weeks after the operation because you could have blood coming through your urine, etc. And now, but I've actually booked myself in to go at the end of June, and 4 weeks later, we are due to go on tour with the band.
Right.
I'm back into this ego world, and just can't seem to communicate effectively and really kind of get clarity, because we keep missing each other. And
so the one problem behind that is separation.
Yeah.
So Jesus is asking you to go a level above the level of form and use it as your mind training. Say, okay, well, there's only really one problem behind this. So behind the problem of the urologist and you can't get hold of him and miscommunication, what's the one problem?
It's difficult to make. Yeah, it's difficult to make that jump from these kind of apparent problems and the problem of separation.
Well, not yet. Why is it difficult? Because the problem is you can't get hold of him. So what's the cause of that problem? Well, you think you're separate from him. You think he has a separate mind and a separate body, and he's got his own schedule, and he's doing his own thing, and you're doing your own thing, and you never kind of connecting. So that the problem is separation.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Like, if you back it back to okay, well, what's the fundamental cause on a mind level of this? It's always the idea of separation, which is what Jesus is saying.
Yeah.
By simply looking at the situation correctly, it's part of your mind training. You say, okay, well, I'm seeing that really this is just another manifestation of this idea of separation.
Yeah.
And that's creating the problems on this level of form that I'm experiencing. But I recognize that the real problem is in the mind. The problem is the belief
Yes.
in
Yes.
separation. That's now miscreated this entire delusion. Without the belief in separation, you wouldn't believe that you're a body, and he's a body, and he has a separate mind. That he's now a urologist and you're a patient, and none of that split would have happened. You would be one mind, and there would be no bodies to treat, nothing to do.
Yeah.
So,
I can certainly see how it's a problem of separation. Yes. And it must be coming from my mind.
yeah, well, ultimately you couldn't be in this position as a seeming body living in this world if you hadn't believed in that thought. And so did he. And so now, we go down the track and we seem to be in bodies living these lives, trying to figure out what's going on here. And we've forgotten that, look, there's only really one problem in our mind. It's a false idea. Behind all of these seeming problems that seem to happen in our lives here.
So how do we backtrack? So how do we backtrack and solve the problem of separation?
Well, you start off by just reflecting on it and saying, okay, so what's the real problem here? Applying today's lesson is a good start and saying, well, what's the real problem? Like, instead of getting caught up on the level of form, and then you're getting frustrated and you're feeling, like uncertain and maybe frustrated and a bit irritated, and all these negative emotions arise. You go, but just let me remember, instead of focusing on the level of form and the problem as it seems to be, let me remember that there's really only one problem, and this is just reflecting that problem. That problem is my belief in separation. My choice to believe in separation lies behind this apparent problem, because I couldn't be experiencing this situation unless I believed in separation. So let me go to the ultimate source of my mind, which is the decision maker, and make another decision and say, no, I don't believe in the idea of separation. So in this instance where separation seems to be playing out, I don't believe in it. I'm not going to judge it as real. I'm not going to give it reality by getting upset by it in any way. I'm not going to energize it in any way. So I'm actually going to use the situation for what it's really for, which is for helping me to make another decision, to undo the belief in separation. That's what it's really for. The point of the situation is not to manage it on the level of form and get the best outcome on the level of form. The point is, from the Holy Spirit's perspective, is to use it to undo the ego, which is the belief in separation. So you use it accordingly, and then you should find peace. You're like, well, does it really matter? I see it for what it is. I undo the belief in separation. Then does it really matter?
Actually, as we're speaking, I think what comes to mind is to actually make a face-to-face appointment with him and go through it again.
And then this is often what happens if you really let it go, and you're not in the ego's thought system, which is really wants to keep the problem going. And then often a solution on the level of form can come.
Yeah.
You just, okay, an idea pops in, you go, okay, well, let's do that. And that is a solution coming from what? A thought system based on oneness. Okay, well, let's meet with them. Let's connect with them. Let's communicate.
Yeah.
Face to face, and that solves the problem of separation.
Yeah.
So the Holy Spirit can be quite practical in the guidance it can give you as to what decisions to make and actions to take within this construct, based now on another principle, the principle of oneness, that then guides your thoughts and your decisions and your actions, which is the miracle. When you have an idea like that, really what's happening, it's a little correction of the thought of separation. So instead of believing in that and going, okay, well, we're kind of stuck in that dead end of separation and there's no solution, the solution lies in oneness always. So, okay, well, let's meet with him. Let's actually talk to him, communicate, commune. There's unity there. Communicate with this guy properly, and that's going to solve the problem.
Mm.
And so that's a little example, but this is how it can work in pretty much every instance in your life.
Yeah, because if I start writing letters and emails and communicating through his secretary, which is because I can never get hold of him directly, it's just going to prolong the confusion. Yeah.
So go directly and actually meet the guy and and chat to him and connect, and then the problem will be solved because you talk to him directly and you'll get it from the horse's mouth. You'll have his full undivided attention for that half an hour, whatever. And that's then there's a solution to the problem on the level of form. It came from recognizing what the real problem is, your thought of separation.
Yes.
And then saying, well, I don't need to believe in this. Actually, only oneness is true. I'm actually one with the urologist. I'm not really separate from him. That's a delusion. So, how does this oneness idea? How could this be helpful? How could this play out on the level of form? Okay, we'll meet the guy. That's a direct connection. So there's unity there. So then oneness is directed the solution on the level of form. And so now, the blue arrows, which I'll draw at some point, I'll get there, just never get there. But the blue arrows come in and they reinterpret that situation within this red scrum. And they say, well, no, the answer lies in meeting him.
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful. Yeah, that's helpful. So
it's a really good problem-solving methodology.
Yeah, I get how kind of get how that is directly useful now. Opposed to a concept that I couldn't kind of connect. And it's making me also realize that we've got this concert coming up this Sunday, this concert in which both Sue and I have got very significant exposed solos passages. This is the thing that I was dreading months ago.
Really? Okay.
And it's happening this Sunday, right?
This Sunday, okay.
And last week at band practice, there's two of us play euphonium, and so we're playing various difficult passages, and I'm thinking, oh, I'm ahead of this guy, the other guy who plays euphonium. Because I know, he works. He hasn't got the same time that I've got for practicing. My ego mind was thinking, "Oh yeah, I'm better than him." And then I stopped myself and I thought, "Oh, okay, that's a thought, but is there another way of, is there a way of seeing it differently?" And then I had the idea that instead of feeling superior, I could suggest that get together and practice together these difficult passages, so as we stand more chance between us of getting it right.
Yes, because he's got to play with you.
Yeah. And
so he's your companion, he's your partner, your brother in the
exactly.
Class.
So we sorted out a date, and then we did practice yesterday. So we'll see tonight at the rehearsal tonight whether we've made a progress, and I think we have.
Yeah, no doubt.
But it was interesting to have that moment of egoic mind. Oh, I'm better. Oh, is there a different way of seeing it? It never pays to be feeling arrogant. So there was another way, and I think, and it feels much better to do it that way anyway.
Yeah.
With a better result or not.
Yeah. So on the level of form, that we'll get a better result than the ego, the idea of separation, because competition is separation, and you suggest we practice together is unity.
Yeah.
And so it plays out in these very practical ways. And you've always
Yeah.
got a choice.
Yeah. I think it's so
In every
important.
decision, you've got a choice.
Yeah. I think it's just so important to make, to get to the practical side of this.
So it's the interpretation then of unity, and saying, you say, well, how would this idea of oneness or unity actually play out in the situation?
Yeah.
But if you don't even consider that as an option, then you've got no chance, have you? Yeah. The ego is telling you, no, this is all there is.
Yeah.
Only the idea of competition is real. You're better than him, and you get stuck in that thought. And there's no other option. There's no alternative. And you just play the program. You play the ego's program.
Yeah.
Then you'll create separation. You'll probably feel it. You'll be like, oh, I can feel like John is judging me, and I'm feeling less than. And so then I feel a bit resentful. And then there's a separation between you, and then you're playing, and it just doesn't quite gel because there's no, you can tell people are not in unison in anything. So music, it would come through. Oh, okay, they're not quite hitting their notes, and they're not kind of merging together, and then the performance is compromised because of the separation in the mind.
Yeah.
Whereas on the Holy Spirit idea of oneness gives you a very practical answer. Okay, well, why don't you just suggest we practice together? There's a togetherness, there's a unity, there's a joining, and that's going to work much better than the idea of competition to get a better result. You'll play better together, and you'll both have a better experience. And the audience who are listening, hundreds of people presumably, will also have a better experience. So everyone benefits. So these are really simple, practical examples, but this is how it works in every situation. You can make the decision based on oneness rather than on separation. And that's just a change of mind. You changed your mind in that situation. Said, no, actually, instead of the idea of competition, I'm better than him. Why don't I reach out to him and make a date to practice with him? So there's a little miracle. In that moment, you changed your mind. You changed your belief in a thought system, and you said, no, I believe in oneness rather than separation, and this is how it's now going to direct my actions. Which is really very practical, hugely practical.
Yeah.
If you know how to apply this, it's a fantastic problem solving methodology. But it's like you've got to learn how to operate the thought system, haven't you? So these kinds of lessons, like this lesson, is a great one because it's actually very practical. And he's saying this is how you do it. Just start with looking at the belief in separate, saying, okay, no, this I recognize the problem, so it can be solved. Okay, so I'm now inviting in this recognizing that the problem is separation. I'm inviting the solution of oneness to come into my mind, and then it will. As you saw in both those instances, you just had an idea of seeing the urologist, so making an appointment, that's the solution, and with your friend to make a time to play with, to practice with him. And then it just kind of pops into your head because you've opened yourself up to another thought system. And then the alternative, the Holy Spirit, will come in. Because that's the only alternative to the ego. And then it works better. And then you learn by the result within this construct, you go, oh, well, actually that worked better. So now I'm learning that oneness works and separation doesn't. So let me choose oneness over separation more and more often. Surely that would be the obvious. If that's what's working and this isn't working, then you just choose this. And that's what he's trying to encourage. That's what the miracle does. You make the choice, you get the result, you go, oh, that worked better. Okay, well, that reinforces that was the right choice. And then you start to generalize the lesson. So there's really only ever one choice, and I'm choosing oneness. And it plays out in different ways in the level of form, but it's one idea, one principle that I'm choosing. So then you're not confused anymore by the ego's attempts to split and fragment and get you to focus on the illusion of problems here, because you recognize there's only one problem and one solution, which leads nicely into the next lesson. There's one problem and one solution. So recognize the problem and the solution is given you. But if you keep thinking that the problem lies on the level of form, then there's no answer. You're going to be stuck in the problem forever.
Yeah, good.
Okay, happy? So you want to read number 2?
Everyone in this world seems to have his own special problems. They are all the same and must be recognized as one if the one solution that solves them all is to be accepted. Who can see that the problem has been solved if he thinks the problem is something else? Even if he is given the answer, he cannot see its relevance.
Okay.
It's intriguing to think that all the problems of the world stem from separation.
That's what he's saying.
I mean, that's massive.
Yeah, it is. Because you've got the answer then to all the problems. Must be recognized as one if the one solution that solves them all is to be accepted. So if you can identify that this is the only problem, right? One tiny mad idea that we believed in. Then you have the answer so clearly. Okay, well, don't believe in that. Just believe in oneness. But as long as you're convinced that the problem is, there's many problems, special problems, many specific problems, then you remain confused. Who can see that a problem has been solved? Who thinks the problem is something else? Even if he's given the answer, he cannot see its relevance. So, Winston Churchill's quote comes to mind. Most men stumble over the truth and hurry off as if nothing had ever happened. So stumble over. No, we'll carry on in our problems because this is a major truth. If you really get it, then it's like, whoa, okay. Actually, I have the way now to solve all my problems. And very practically, it'll play out in your life in these situations in a way where you get guidance to address the problem intelligently, consciously, in a way that's going to work. So much more functional than the ego's dysfunctional thought system. Okay, happy with that? Want to give a little summary of that?
It's very good. The summary is that we don't see it, but there is only one problem, and that is a problem of separation. But we don't allow that into our consciousness because we prefer to see confusion instead.
If you think the problem is something else, you see, how can you accept the solution? If you think it's a complex problem, so most people believe life is very complex, and these problems, seem to be very entrenched, and it's not that simple. So this problem, problem with like the urologist, and I've got a problem with the band, and I've got a problem with this, and we don't see that there's really only one problem behind it all. And that's the idea of separation that we believed in. So he's asking us to take it all, raise it up to that level, which takes us, you see how clever it is. He's raising our awareness all the way out of the dream, this lower level, back to the original decision. And saying, well, make another decision. Because actually you're just reenacting the separation all the time. Every time you decide that, for separation, you're reenacting that time where you decided to believe in this false idea. So go back to that and just make another choice. And that undoes the entire dream, systematically and progressively. Lifts you above the battleground, helps you to make another decision. And then from that higher place, you can come in and you can act quite in flow and in a very peaceful way. That's in a way that's going to really help you and others within the dream. So it's actually, a lot of people say, well, this is not very practical. It's not very, it's all theoretical. But that's not the case. Because if you do this, then you get the guidance, you see. Guidance is how this becomes practical. From the principle of oneness, the guidance now comes in and says, okay, we'll do this, say this, do this. And then it's a specific answer to that particular problem that you're encountering on the level of form, coming from oneness. And that's how it works. It's the Holy Spirit guiding it. It's not a magical process, you see. It's got nothing to do with magic. It's just plain, simple common sense, really. Saying, okay, well, this makes sense. So this thought system, this idea is what makes sense. So how does that idea play out in this situation?
Yeah, I've got to go through
There's really nothing mystical, magical about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so happy with this one. So number 3.
That is the position in which you find yourself now. You have the answer, but you are still uncertain about what the problem is. A long series of different problems seems to confront you, and as one is settled, the next one and the next arise. There seems to be no end to them. There is no time in which you feel completely free of problems and at peace. So he's just telling us what we're facing. We seem to be confronted with problems all the time.
Which is kind of how life works, isn't it? If you're honest about it. It's like, one problem to the next, and you solve one, and another problem arises. So there seems to be no time when you can just go, okay, I'm completely free of problems. For anyone, any human being. The moment you're born, your problems start. Okay, well, I'm hungry now, so I have a problem. Okay, well, yes, then I've got to cry because I've got to get fed, and so the problems start. And life seems to be one long series of problems, different problems that seem to confront us.
And you get rid of one problem, and you think, okay, now I'm at peace. Now I've got no problems, and then something else pops up.
Yeah, and that's how it is in the illusion. He's saying, actually, you have the answer already. But we can't accept the answer because we're still uncertain about what the problem is. So very, very cunning of the ego to make us believe that the problem now lies on this level of form within all these different places and people and so on, and not get us to realize that actually there's only one problem. Because if we realize that, then that's game over. See? Then the problem can be solved easily because there's only one problem. So it has to convince us that there's many problems and keep us in the illusion of many problems in order to avoid us recognizing that there's only one problem and therefore one solution, which is kind of ingenious, as it is. But it can't stand against this kind of logic. Jesus is pointing out the simple truth. Okay, happy with that?
Yeah.
So number 4.
Temptation to regard problems as many is the temptation to keep the problem of separation unsolved. The world seems to present you with a vast number of problems, each requiring a different answer. This perception places you in a position in which your problem solving must be inadequate and failure is inevitable. So the ego loves this.
Yeah, Exactly. Vast number of problems, each requiring a different answer, because that's separation. You know, and there's no, how do you solve all of these problems? You just can't. Problem solving must be inadequate and failure is inevitable. And so that's the position you find yourself in. Having believed in separation, this crazy idea, you're now faced with an innumerable set of problems that you just can't seem to solve. On so many different levels, so many different ways. I mean, there's your personal problems, but then there's the problems of the world. Think how many problems there are in the world. A vast number of problems, each requiring a different answer. So this perception places you in a position in which your problem solving must be inadequate and failure is inevitable. Which, of course, confirms what? That you are living a helpless, enervated little life. You're in hell. You can't solve your problems, you're weak, you're afraid, you're limited, you're lacking, you're lonely. It's all very scary. And that makes you feel separate, which is what the ego wants you to feel. So it's all a setup to continue with problems. So the ego loves problems because problems justify its negative thoughts and emotions that feed it and keep you in the belief in separation. If you keep having problems, then how can you be pure formless awareness or perfect love if you've got all these problems? So it's all part of the thought system to keep you enslaved into this helpless, enervated little life and away from the liberation of the truth. Okay, you want to summarize that, see? Number 4, and then we'll move on.
Well, we keep being bombarded with different problems, each needing a different answer, and there's no way we can solve all our problems ourselves. So failure is inevitable.
Okay, moving on to number 5.
No one could solve all the problems the world appears to hold. They seem to be on so many levels, in such varying forms, and with such varied content, that they confront you with an impossible situation. Dismay and depression are inevitable as you regard them. Some spring up unexpectedly, just as you think you have resolved the previous ones. Others remain unsolved under a cloud of denial and rise to haunt you from time to time, only to be hidden again, but still unsolved. That's an interesting one. So he's saying here that nobody could solve all the problems in the world, and dismay and depression are bound to follow as we pursue problems and continue to perceive them as unsolvable. Some problems come up unexpectedly. Other ones come up at different times, but they are the same. They appear to be the same problem, just in popping up in different ways. So they might grab us for a minute, for a time, and then we get through that somehow. But if we don't resolve it, it comes back again in a slightly different guise.
Yeah.
So these problems of separation are presented to us in in certain themes.
Yeah.
We get themes coming through our life, don't we? They're not
Sometimes you get the same problem repeating itself.
Yeah.
Over and over in different ways.
Yeah.
But there's really only one solution. In every instance, go to the truth of it and say, well, only oneness is true. Okay, so now from that place of oneness, what should I do? And then you ask for the answer, and it'll be given to you. You'll get the guidance.
Yeah.
Whereas if you remain in the belief in multiple problems on different levels with different form and varied content, then it's very depressing. It's like I can't ever get on top of this. Can't solve these problems. Because there doesn't seem to be any within this. So this is the depressing thing about the ego's thought system. Within the belief in separation, there's no answer. You'll never solve the problem because you're never recognizing what it is. You just keep spinning around in the various forms of the problem that your ego's invented in here, and not recognizing that, look, there's actually only one idea behind all of this. So you'll remain here forever. You'll remain stuck it's a closed loop system, just looping around and around, trying to solve problems. Once you've solved one, then the next one crops up, and you solve that, the next one, and so on, and it's never ending. And there seems to be no peace and no respite until you go, okay, but hang on, there's only really one problem here behind all of it. So if there's only one problem, then there's one solution. Really simple. And this is rising above the battleground in your mind to the level of where the problem is actually in the mind. Okay. Happy with number 5? Any questions on that or comments?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
This complexity attempt not to recognize the problem and therefore not to let it be resolved. If you could recognize that your only problem is separation, no matter what form it takes, you could accept the answer because you would see its relevance. Perceiving the underlying constancy in all the problems that seem to confront you, you would understand that you have the means to solve them all, and you would use the means because you recognize the problem. So all these many problems that we have are a desperate attempt by the ego for us not to have peace, basically. And if we could only recognize that there's just one problem, which is separation, then we could accept the answer that we've already been given because we would see that it is the answer to the one problem.
Yeah, you'd see the underlying constancy. So what's the problem? What's the real problem? What's the source of all the problems that seem to confront me? Well, it's separation, isn't it? That's behind all the problems. And then you simply go to the solution. Say, well, the belief in separation is the problem. So in this instance, I'm not going to believe in separation. So my only alternative then is to believe in oneness. Okay, well, how does oneness play out here? So show me. And you ask for the guidance from the Holy Spirit. Say, okay, show me. How does oneness interpret this, and what should I do? And then you get the guidance. So it's actually just if you look at it from this angle, it's such a practical problem-solving methodology, this course. There's nothing, mystical about it. It's just like go to the problem, recognize it, that it's one idea of separation. When you recognize it, you can let it go, and you can then open your mind to the idea of oneness, and that idea will then inspire some kind of solution on the level of form as to what you should say or do. Very simple. So just repeat that formula over and over and over again. That's what he's saying. So all of your problems, repeat it, because then you're not only solving your problems on the level of form much more effectively than you could have otherwise with the belief in separation, but you're actually solving the one problem and correcting your mind and taking your mind out of time and space, while having as functional and happy a dream as you possibly can within a dream world based on a delusion. So it's a very, very practical problem-solving methodology, this, which a lot of people miss. They think it's all mystical and woo-woo, and it's like, yeah, well, there's the mystical aspect is, yes, only oneness is true, and these, there are these deep transcendent states of peace and love and joy, but this on the practical level can help you really solve problems in a way that ego just can't, and live in a miraculous state. The miraculous state of mind leads to flow, synchronicity, and just a much easier life on the level of form than if you're stuck in the problem separation. Okay, happy with number 6?
In our longer practice periods today, we will ask what the problem is and what is the answer to it. We will not assume that we already know. We will try to free our minds of all the many different kinds of problems we think we have. We will try to realize that we have only one problem, which we have failed to recognize. We will ask what it is and wait for the answer. We will be told. Then we will ask for the solution to it, and we will be told.
Okay.
So is suggesting here that we ask what the problem is, answer to it is, keep an open mind, free our minds of all the different kinds of problems we think we have. So he's not asking us to think of a problem. He is asking us to ask what the problem is without knowing what the problem is. And what the answer
not
to
assume that we already know. So it's kind of opening your mind, okay, so what's the real problem? And then just being quiet and not going, oh, well, the problem is, the mind, the ego will go, oh, well, the problem is this, and it'll jump to a specific. Problem is this, you've got this major problem in your life, or this, and it'll focus on the level of form. But he's asking us to raise our minds above that. Free our minds of the many different kinds of problems we have.
Yeah, so he's asking us just purely and simply to ask what the problem is. Big, not specific, just what the problem is. He's not asking us what the problem is to our existence or the world or what the problem is.
Yeah, well, ultimately that, this is the answer. But if somebody say, okay, so what's the real problem in my life? What's the real problem in the world? Let me ask what it is and simply wait for the answer. So he's asking us to just suspend our judgment, our normal way of thinking. Oh, well, the problem is this, just stop that. Don't go into the specifics. And then just listen to the answer. And then that, that answer is going to come from another part of your mind, from oneness. So then you ask for the solution and you'll be told what the solution is. Okay, makes sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Great.
Isn't the problem always the problem of separation?
Yeah. But that's what he's getting you to try and realize yourself.
Right.
So he's told you, he's saying, okay, but let's get quiet, go into a little meditative type space, suspend your judgment of what you think your problems are, and just ask. So what's the problem? And then you have the internal, so he's not telling you, it's an internal realization. Oh, okay, yes, actually that's true. There is actually only one problem here. That's separation. And I look at all my problems. What's the one common element behind them? Well, I believe in separation. Without separation, there would be no problems. And then in that state of awareness, you ask for the solution, and you'll be told what the solution is. So, well, it's obvious. If you really clearly see there's only one problem, separation, and the solution becomes totally obvious, doesn't it? Well, yes, let go of separation and believe in oneness. So then the problem and the answer are not obscured anymore. So by bringing the problem clearly into mind, recognizing it, then the solution can come. And so, like, I don't know if you listened to David Hoffmeister's talk that I posted this morning, but he's saying, look, you have one problem here. You have a perceptual problem. You have to recognize that. One problem based on the idea of separation. So because of that idea of separation, I misperceive everything because I believe in that idea. So that's my problem. If I don't recognize that, then I can't invite the solution. In the recovery movement, you have to acknowledge the problem in order to start the healing of the problem. So you have to say, yes, I'm an alcoholic. That's step one. Because if you don't go to step one, you can't progress. You deny the problem, then how can you invite the solution in? So it's this methodology is using. You must acknowledge the problem first and then ask for the solution, which becomes obvious if you really see what the problem is.
The exercises for today will be successful to the extent to which you do not insist on defining the problem. Perhaps in letting all your preconceived notions go, but that is not necessary. All that is necessary is to entertain some doubt about the reality of your version of what your problems are. You're trying to recognize that you have been given the answer by recognizing the problem, so that the problem and the answer can be brought together and you can be at peace.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
Can you summarize it?
So he's asking us not to think too deeply about what our problems are, but just to have to question what is the problem here.
Start doubting, entertain some doubt about the reality of your version of what your problems are. Because that's the beginning of the questioning of the ego's thought system. Yeah, well, I'm actually starting to doubt this story that the ego's told me. It's telling me I've got all these problems on different levels, on the level of form, and it seems to be pretty depressing because I solve one and there's more that pop up. Okay, well, let me just look at all of that and maybe start doubting that this is actually the case. So he's saying even if you can't fully accept, okay, I only have one problem, it's a separation, start doubting the ego's story because that's the beginning of its undoing. You're trying to recognize you've been given the answer by recognizing the problem. So the problem and the answer can be brought together and you can be at peace. So to recognize the answer, we must recognize the problem first. If you're given the answer and you haven't recognized the problem, then they remain apart, you see. You have to bring them together in your minds. Okay, well, one problem, separation, one answer, unity, oneness. Okay, and I see like that's absolutely relevant. So I'm not confused by the forms my problems seem to take on this level anymore. I recognize going back to the level of the split, right? This is what he's always trying to do, is take you back to that original decision you made and reverse it. And you reverse it in the moment by moment, as you make the decision for oneness and you let go of the idea of separation. And then, yeah, that letting go is bringing the answer to the problem. Okay, so happy with number 8?
Yeah.
Number 9?
The shorter practice periods for today will not be set in time, but by need. Oh, that's interesting. You will see many problems today, each one calling for an answer. Our efforts will be directed toward recognizing that there is only one problem and one answer. In this recognition are all problems resolved. In this recognition, there is peace.
So he's asking us just to apply this to any problem that crops up in our mind. Okay, I'm seeing a problem, this whatever the problem is, and remind yourself, let me recognize this problem so it can be solved. So be not deceived by the form of problems today. Whenever any difficulty seems to rise, tell yourself quickly, let me recognize this problem so it can be solved. So, you've just done that in a couple of instances.
Yeah.
You just did it with the urologist. Okay, well, let me recognize this problem. And you did that. Okay, there's actually only one problem, which is separation. So it can be solved, and then the solution comes. Okay, so do this. So it's a much better way of solving problems than the ego, which doesn't really solve anything, because the ego assumes that separation is real, its consequences are real, and then goes from there and tries to somehow improve things, and somehow overcome the effects of the separation, to lessen the effects, to deal with it on the level of the problem. So of course this is not really any solution at all. It just makes the problem real, and it keeps the idea of separation well entrenched in your mind. And then he says, just try to suspend all judgment about what the problem is, close your eyes, and you'll be heard and you'll be answered. So, any questions on the lesson?
Well, it's a very good lesson, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a particularly powerful one. You want to give a little summary of the whole thing in a minute or so?
He is encouraging us to accept that whatever problem we think we may have stems from the one issue that we think we are separate. And it's trying to help us to see that the answer to all problems lies in our belief in separation. And if we can connect with that and apply as best we can the belief that we are joined, or get back to the realization that we are joined as far as we can, and then allow the answer to come from there.
Yeah, it's pretty well stated. Recognize the problem, and then the solution must come.
Yeah.
On that higher level, and it will come, in a very practical way, to you.
Yeah.
To give you guidance on the level of form. So the Holy Spirit is useful because it's very practical in our mind, in our perception, and it tells us like things that are helpful. Say, okay, well, do it this way then. Do this. So it's not. This is why the workbook's so useful. It's not just a theoretical exercise. It's a very practical exercise in problem solving. And we didn't have to do any translations. There was one lesson.
Yes.
No translation, because he didn't go into any terms. It was just very very straightforward, wasn't it?
Yeah. Jono, it's 3:15. It's 3:15 here, and
yes.
I think the text is quite long today.
Yes. Do you want to crack on with the text then?
Or could we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, yeah, absolutely, we can. 5-minute break, and we'll dive into the text, and then we'll do a meditation at the end. Okay, so I'll take a 5-minute break. Let's just pause the recordings. Okay, and Try and get this bloody. Paused. See if they're back. So Sue and John, are you there?
Yep, here.
Okay, so let's start again, shall we? So where are we? Let me just wait a minute for Sue. And we'll start the recordings again. Okay, so it's the same. Okay, shall we resume?
Yep, still join us in a minute.
Okay, stop my video. Just going to resume the recordings. Okay. Okay, so resume recordings. All right, so welcome back, part 2. I'll have a look at the text, shall we? So let's just have a look. Where are we? Gifts of Fatherhood. All right, so you got this one is called the Gifts of Fatherhood, which we could translate as the gifts of sourcehood, I suppose. The gifts of sourcehood. Let's see what. Yeah, it is actually referring to our sourcehood. So we are like as God is. We are like fathers. So we have fatherhood of our own creations. That's kind of what he's referring to. So we'll have to see how we translate fatherhood. Sourcehood. It is actually a word, so not a very much used word, but it is actually a proper word. So, all right. So you want to kick it off with number 1, John? Read number 1 and then do the translation.
You have learned your need of healing. Would you bring anything else to the sonship, recognizing your need of healing for yourself? For in this lies the beginning of the return to knowledge, the foundation on which God will help build again the thought system you share with him. Not one stone you place upon it, but will be blessed by him. For you will be restoring the holy dwelling place of his Son, where he wills his Son to be and where he is. In whatever part of the mind of God's Son you restore this reality, you restore it to yourself. You dwell in the mind of God with your brother, but God himself did not will to be alone. So I think this is a good one to translate. You have learned your need of healing. Would you bring anything else to the sonship, to the the extension? Would you bring anything else to the extension? Recognizing your need of healing for yourself. For in this lies the beginning of the return to knowledge. The foundation on which pure formless awareness help again the thought system you share with him. Not one stone you place upon it, but not one stone you place upon it, but will be blessed by him. You will be restoring the holy dwelling place of his son, of his extension. His son, isn't it? Oh yeah, blessed by it. For you will be restoring the holy dwelling place of his extension. Its extension. Where it wills its extension to be, and where it is.
No, where he is.
And where,
because he is referring to the extension as the apparent person.
Yeah.
That's why it's a small e.
Oh yeah, okay.
We translate that as she, but we'll just leave it as he. We'll just switch it every now and then to she. Okay, so making sense as we go?
Yeah. In whatever part of the mind of pure formless awareness's extension, you restore this reality. You restore it to yourself. You dwell in the mind of God. Do we translate mind? Don't think we do we? The mind of pure formless.
You dwell in the awareness. Mind is awareness.
In the awareness of love, pure love, perfect love. In the awareness of perfect love with your brother, or pure formless awareness itself did not will to be alone.
Okay, and brother is, what did we decide on for brother? Do you remember?
Oh, companion?
Yeah.
Right.
Just gender neutral.
Good.
Okay, do you want to read it from the top and just unpack it as we go?
Learned your need of healing. You have learned your need of healing. Would you bring anything else to the extension or the world, recognizing your need of healing for yourself?
Well, the extension is not the world, just so we clarify.
Yeah.
Extension is the mind of the apparently separated extension of source that now thinks that it's separate, and but it actually is still just an extension of this love or pure formless awareness. Okay, so the first two sentences make sense.
Now you've what he's saying here is that you've learned that you have a need for healing, and you want to bring that healing to your brothers, your companions, because by so doing you are bringing it to yourself.
Yeah.
And this is the return. This is the return to knowledge. To knowledge.
The beginning of the return. So healing is recognizing the need for healing is the beginning of the return to knowledge.
Yeah.
which is the knowledge of who you truly are in truth,
Yes.
without any ego. Knowledge lies in this domain.
Which is
God,
the
love,
base.
one.
Yeah. Which is the basis of love.
So that's the foundation on which perfect love or pure formless awareness will help build again a thought system you share with it. Right. So it's building a thought system, foundation on this foundation of truth. And the recognition of healing in your brother and yourself is the beginning of the return to knowledge. So in a way, it's talking to our lesson, to recognize the problem. Yeah, you recognize the problem, then you recognize there's a need of healing. The answer is oneness. Problem is separation. Answer is oneness. So there's a need of healing because there's an apparent problem, and so this is the beginning of this return of the mind to knowledge, to the awareness of perfect oneness, which is the knowledge on which that's perfect love or pure formless awareness will build again the thought system you share with it. So laying, it's quite a nice image. We lay the foundations here.
Yeah.
With this work we're doing, we're laying the foundations for another thought system that we share with our source.
Yeah. And then he carries on with the imagery. Not one stone that we place, not every effort we make will be blessed by love, because we will be restoring love into not the world, but the sun. Say sonship. We were restoring love to the mind, and wherever we restore that, we restore it to ourselves, thereby living in the awareness of perfect love for ourselves and our companion. Because, which is interesting, and then this next bit is interesting. Pure formless awareness itself did not will to be alone. Couldn't you say that formless awareness is perfect and therefore wouldn't have the desire to be alone, wouldn't be bothered about being alone?
Perfect love or pure formless awareness itself did not will to be alone. Well, it's an idea that doesn't exist in pure formless awareness. Idea of alone means that there's an idea of separation.
Yeah.
So you could translate it. Did not will to be alone. Has no awareness. Pure formless awareness or perfect love has no awareness.
Has no knowledge of aloneness, separation.
There's no awareness, I'd say. There's no awareness of
separation.
I'll keep the alone, what it means to be alone.
Okay.
No awareness of what it means to be alone, or what being alone means.
Yeah.
And we'll shorten it, being. Happy with that?
Yeah.
This idea of will, yes, it doesn't will, but really we're talking about, it really has no awareness of what being alone means. That idea doesn't exist in pure formless awareness.
Yeah,
It's a completely alien idea. So I think that states it quite well.
it does. It does.
No awareness of what being alone even means. Okay, so you want to give a little summary of that paragraph and we'll move on?
Is acknowledging that we have accepted our need to be healed, and by healing ourselves, we will heal our companions, and every effort we make will be in that direction will be blessed in our mind, in the minds of our companions. And that will help restore ourselves to pure formless awareness and our companions.
Yeah. And what I quite like is the bit about the foundation, the thought system. So healing is the beginning of the return to knowledge, and so this is the foundation on which perfect love or pure forms awareness will help build again the thought system you share with it. So this recognition of the need for healing is the foundation.
Yeah.
Because it starts the change. You know, the recognition of the problem starts the acceptance of the solution. To refer to our lesson today, we must recognize the problem in order to recognize there's a need of healing. If you deny the problem, then how can you even recognize you need healing? See, which is how the ego tries to keep you in the problem and not recognizing no, there's a need of healing, so I need to change my mind in order to heal. In the recovery movement, Alcoholics Anonymous, it starts with the recognition of the problem, which is at the same time the recognition of the need for healing. Okay, yes, I'm an alcoholic. Okay, but I recognize that I need to do something about it. I need healing. So that's step one, is both the recognition of the problem and the recognition of the need for healing as a solution. And that then kicks off the healing process, which is the foundation on which this perfect love or pure formless awareness will help build again the thought system you share with it. So you're building another thought system in your mind, and deconstructing the one and building another one on the same site, really. It's like knocking down a building and building another one at the same time in your mind. And so of course it can seem to be a bit mind-bending and challenging at times. It's like, whoa, I'm undoing and then I'm rebuilding simultaneously through this process. And if you feel like sometimes it's blowing your brain and your mind it's actually because you're rewiring the circuits in your brain. All these synapses and neural pathways and stuff are being rewired as you do this work to create the hardwiring to support this new software program, the new operating system, which is oneness. So it's very profound work. I mean, on every level, this, which is why it's sometimes quite challenging. Okay, so happy with number one?
Yeah.
Number two.
To be alone is to be separated from infinity. But how can this be if infinity has no end? No one can be beyond the limitless, because what has no limits must be everywhere. There are no beginnings and no endings in God, whose universe is himself.
Maybe we should, just to save time, shall we just go and do the translation straight away?
Yeah.
You happy with that? No beginnings and no endings in God. So that's perfect love Okay. Whose universe is himself. Itself. So he's actually defining, because we talked about the universe here, didn't we? Recently, he mentioned this, and then we have a definition for it. Let's have a look. Universe. Yeah. Refers to ultimate reality, not the illusion of physical universe, based on the idea of separation. Reference to, and then this is a nice reference. Reference to, what are we? Text 11:1-2. Number 3 and 4. And I can just reference to this document. Okay. So happy with that. Happy with the idea of the universe.
Yep.
The universe is ultimate reality beyond time and space, not the illusion of a physical universe based on the idea of separation. So he's kind of defined that here, hasn't he? The universe is itself. Right? So there's no universe outside of itself. It's not the physical universe is not what he's referring to when he talks about universe. We'll have to leave it as whose. I'm not sure how we'd whose universe is itself. Yeah, there's no alternative to that. Okay, carry on.
Verse. Or from perfect love or pure formless awareness, who is the universe.
Okay, so I'll change that to which is the universe.
I and my Father are one with you, for you are part of us. I and my source are one with you, for you are part of us. Do you really believe that the part of God can be missing or lost to him?
Missing or lost to itself, to it. Missing or lost to self, maybe. Okay. Do you want to read that from the top?
Be alone is to be separated from infinity. But how can this be if infinity has no end? No one can be beyond the limitless, because what has no limits must be everywhere. So, two sentences are just defining logic, really. You can't be separated from something that goes on forever without end.
Yeah.
No beginnings and no endings in perfect love or pure formless awareness, whose universe is itself. So,
Okay, so they just define what this universe is, which is useful because he uses the term throughout the course. So when he refers to universe, he's not referring to the physical universe that we think of as the universe.
yeah. Can you exclude yourself from the universe or from perfect love or pure formless awareness, which is the universe? Well, no, you can't, because you're part of it and it's everywhere.
And honestly, I don't know why they don't capitalize it.
No, I'm wondering that.
What do you think? Because it's like, okay, you're defining it as itself. Can you exclude yourself from the universe or from perfect love or pure formless awareness, which is the universe? Okay, so in other words, that is that equivalent. It's exactly the same. So if you're going to capitalize that, then you should capitalize this.
Yeah.
Surely, one would say.
Can we just see again what our definition of universe is?
Yeah.
Ultimate reality beyond time and space.
Yeah. Ultimate, we can call it infinite and eternal. So that's what he's saying. It has no limits. It's infinite and it's eternal.
Definitely.
Yeah, which then, if they capitalize it, it removes the confusion, doesn't it? Because you then capitalize and you go, okay, well, anything capitalized, is referring to what's of God, source.
Yeah.
If you leave it small, then you open it to misinterpretation of, oh, well, we believe it's the physical universe.
Yeah.
So we'll just hang on. I'll just correct that, I think. Whose universe is itself. Okay, so it's just defined it very clearly as, so then it shouldn't be small.
I and my source are one with you, for you are part of us. So we're all the same thing, or we're all part of this limitless universe. You really believe that part of perfect love or pure formless awareness can be missing or lost to itself?
Yeah, and that's the ego's belief. He's saying, do you really believe that this is possible? It's infinite and eternal and everywhere, and you somehow missing from it. How's that possible? So again, teaching us in questions, asking us to question this thought system of the ego. You want to give a little summary of that?
Awareness is everywhere and limitless with no beginning or end. We are part of that. So how can we be missing from it? It's just saying that's what we're part of, and it's yeah.
If it's everywhere and it has no beginning and no ending, then you must be part of it. So how can you be excluded from it? How can you be missing or lost to itself? And well, it doesn't make any sense that you can be. Which is why the ego doesn't make sense. Okay, happy with number 2? So number 3.
If you were not part of pure formless awareness,
just copy and paste.
If you're not part of perfect love or pure formless awareness, its will would not be unified.
And I think we'll change. Should we change will to awareness?
About purpose.
Hmm?
About purpose instead of awareness.
It's will. No, I wouldn't say purpose, because he's referring to like the fundamental property of mind, that it has a will or an awareness. See, will is synonymous with an awareness. The idea of will tends to make one believe that it's got some kind of intention. You know, in our language, will means I will to do this. Okay, so I have an intention to do something.
Yeah.
Whereas we're actually talking here about just an awareness, an expanded awareness beyond intention. So I think let's stick with awareness. Its
Okay.
awareness would not be unified if you were not part of it. Is this conceivable?
Is this conceivable? Can part of its mind, its awareness, its
Yeah, translated as its awareness.
can part of its awareness contain nothing? Its awareness contain nothing. If you're placing its awareness cannot be filled by anyone except you, and you're filling it was your
Remember what the translation is?
was your
I'll help you out.
beingness. Yeah, I wasn't going to get that. And you're filling it with your beingness. Without you, there would be an empty place in the awareness of in love's awareness. Love's, yeah. Extension cannot be blocked, and it has no voids. Continues forever, however much it is denied. Your denial of its reality may arrest it in time, eternity. That is why your creations have not ceased to be extended. That is why your being extensions.
So yeah, sometimes creations refers to being. He uses it in two senses, you see. Creation as beingness, your creation. You are that. What you were created to be, as you are. So that's referring to beingness, and then he refers to your creations as what you are now thinking and feeling, what you are extending, and even says, he uses the word here, extended. So your creations are your extensions, have not ceased to be extended. Well, so much is waiting for your return.
I like this idea of we can arrest it in time, but not in eternity. There's something very comforting about that.
Yeah, so time is just part of this delusion of separation. And we seem to have blocked our awareness and be in this state of separated mind. And so that state of separated mind creates the illusion of time. So in time, then this seems to be our experience, but the entire experience of separation in time and space is a delusion. It's just like an alternative mind that's doing its thing, seeming to be our mind, seeming to be in our awareness now, seeming to be the whole of our awareness. just coming from this tiny mad idea of separation. So it's seemingly consumed our mind. But he's saying, but it hasn't really, because it seems to be arrested in time. But in eternity, you remain as you always were, without change. So perfect love's awareness is still there, and its extension hasn't been blocked. You're still able to perceive it, and to experience it deeply, because it's always there. Okay, so you want to give a little summary of that?
He's saying that if we are not part of perfect love, love wouldn't be unified. Then he's asking, is that conceivable? Is it conceivable that part of its awareness contains nothing? And he's saying that we have a part to play in love's awareness. Because without us, there would be a void, and there are no such things as voids.
Yeah.
Hence, we can think we can stop this. We can deny pure formless awareness. We can bend it according to our own rules, but in fact, we only stop it in time, not the fullness of time.
And so our extensions, so these extensions are our higher thoughts and emotions, states of mind, really. So peace have not ceased to be extended, right? So they are extending from our mind infinitely and eternally, just like the mind of God. That state of awareness, infinite and eternal, is still there, even though we think we've blocked it in time, but it's still there in eternity, and it will remain for us in eternity. So we simply have to return our minds to that which is always there, and just waiting for us to become aware of it. Revenue our mind from the illusion of the ego, of being separated in time, to eternal unity, in perfect oneness in eternity. Okay, happy with that?
Yeah.
So number 4.
Is possible only in time, but time has no meaning. You who made delay can leave time behind simply by recognizing that neither beginnings nor endings were created by the Eternal, who placed no limits on his creation or upon those who create like him.
Okay, so let's do a translation.
Neither beginnings nor endings were created by perfect love.
I think to be consistent with the Course's language, he uses create for the to denote things that are coming from the spirit, from God or love, and made for the ego. So if you're going to be consistent with its language, neither beginnings nor endings were made. I think that's a good substitution. What do you think?
Wow.
Because he uses those create is always the spirit, love, make is the ego. So beginnings or endings are of time, they're of the ego. They were not made by the eternal.
Yeah.
What is the eternal?
What is the eternal? Well, you can see it's a capital E. He's just defined it.
But surely it should be they was created then. They were not created by the eternal.
Yeah, okay, because you're referencing to eternal, not to beginnings or endings. Okay, we'll leave it. I see what you mean, because it's like he's referencing to that, not that. Beginnings nor endings.
It's complicated, tricky.
Yeah. No, which you referenced. Neither beginnings nor endings were made. Yeah, because only beginnings and endings can be made, but they were not created by the eternal, because created refers to the eternal. No, I get your point. We can leave it as created. By the eternal, who placed no limits on his creation. So should we change that to which? Placed no limits on its creation is?
Beings?
Yeah, so creation, you could translate that either as extension or beingness, which place no limits on its beingness or upon those who extend like it. But I think extension would probably work quite well there. Place no limits on its extension or upon those who extend
Like itself.
like it. Okay.
You do not know this simply because you have tried to limit what he created.
Yeah, what it created.
What it extended.
Yeah.
And so you believe that all creation is limited. How then could you know your extensions, having denied infinity?
Okay. I'll read it from the top and just unpack it as you go.
Waiting is possible only in time, but time has no meaning. You who may delay can leave time behind simply by recognizing that neither beginnings nor endings were created by the eternal, which placed no limits on its extension or upon those who extend like it. So on the timeline, we can wait and delay and decide not to awaken just yet, but leave it. But in the eternal, there is no time. There's only now.
Let's have a look at our little timeline diagram, I think. Could be useful. So there's the timeline. We seem to be on the timeline, and by focusing on all of these situations and circumstances and events on the timeline and making them real in our mind, so this process of psychological and emotional attachment that the ego specializes in, we are actually delaying, because we remain in time, we remain on the timeline, we think past and future are real, and of course that puts us on this path from birth to death in our belief. But we rise above it. The moment you forgive or let go of your psychological and emotional attachment to these events in your life, you go beyond beginnings and endings and the linear sequence of time, and you go into the eternal, where there is no time, there's no beginnings and endings, because this has always been. It was the same before you were born, it'll be the same after your body dies, it will be the same forever. And so our job, while we seemingly on the timeline, is to lift our minds into this eternal awareness and go beyond beginnings and endings and time into the eternal state that's always there. It's always been there in our mind, which is unlimited.
You do not know this simply because you have tried to limit what it extended, and so you believe that all extension is limited.
You go back to the timeline, we've limited the extension of love into our minds. So we've blocked it off, put like a big thick barrier there. We've blocked it off and said, no, this isn't true. We've denied this. It's out of our awareness. And now its extension into this world is blocked. And we seem to be caught up in the belief in separation and all of its consequences. We seem to be stuck on the timeline, and this is blocked off from our awareness. So we've not allowed it to extend into our minds in this dream, and instead replaced it with the awareness of time and space and beginnings and endings, which of course puts us on the timeline from birth to death. The so-called reality of human existence is based on this idea of separation from our source. The only way it's possible is if you deny that this is that you are its extension. Because if you are its extension, then you must be eternal, and there is no time. And so if there's no time, how can there be a timeline? And if there's no time, how can there be any events on a timeline when there's no time? You see, just see how what the ego's done. It's created this entire alternate reality based on a belief in separation, and it has to deny this in order to maintain the timeline and your apparent existence as a person on the timeline. It has to deny God, love, eternity, pure formless awareness entirely. Okay, you see that? So any thoughts on this? Do you want to give a little summary of it?
So we have rejected the eternal and invented time. Which means that you do not do it simply because you've tried to limit. But we don't know. We don't know that we've rejected it because we tried to limit the extension of love, and so we believe that all possible extension is limited.
And how then could you know your own extensions? If you've denied the source of your own beingness, how can you know your extensions, which are extensions of that same source? So then we deny ourselves the love and the peace and the joy that are our right and the true extensions of our mind, having denied infinity. Whereas really it just wants to flow through us. So our job is to get out the way, remove the blocks which keep us locked into the timeline by not focusing on the timeline. So all these down arrows going, no, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to change my focus. I'm going to let go of these thoughts and emotions. And as I do that, I must return my mind. My mind naturally returns to a state of love, eternal love, pure formless awareness. It's inevitable if I let go of the blocks that keep me rooted on the timeline. Do you see that? So I mean, it's another way of framing the same thing. Because if none of these arrows are here, pulling you down onto the timeline, then your natural awareness is going to be here. The only alternative. So another, framing of like why letting go works. Don't focus your attention onto events on the timeline. Which is why he's saying don't make error real. Don't perceive the error as real and focus on it. Simply go, I see that this has triggered a thought emotion in me. That's an unpleasant, negative thought to emotion. So I'm not actually focusing on the situation on the timeline and my character on the timeline as this affects my seeming character in the dream. I'm actually looking at the beliefs, the ego, psychological, emotional attachment. Then those beliefs sit like a line here. Those beliefs are the block to the awareness of love's presence. It's a layer of belief in separation that then creates all of this. So Jesus is asking us to go above the timeline. That's why he says don't focus on the error in time, but let it help you to become aware of what's going on mentally and emotionally, which is the level of the block in the mind to this extension of love's presence. And once you become aware that there's this belief that's blocking it, and you let go of that belief, then the extension must come through, and your true awareness must flow through into the situation. So this is actually a two-way process. You've got arrows coming this way as well, which then now you've gone into pure formless awareness. From that place, from that belief, you then reinterpret the dream. So you've got arrows coming back onto the timeline. Say, okay, but you can look at the situation differently. You don't have to do the ego's thing, psychological, emotional attachment, and perceive it this way. You can perceive it, now that you've let go of that, perceive it from this place, and then the Holy Spirit will bring in some inspiration into the dream and say, okay, well, you can see it differently, perceive it differently, and make a different decision. Instead of deciding based on the ego, psychological, and emotional attachment to the dream and the character in the dream, you're deciding based on eternal love, pure formless awareness. And that radically changes the decisions and your actions and then your experience on the timeline. It's a massive shift when you can do this. So yeah, it's another way of looking at it, another way of framing the whole thing. But whichever way you look at it, that's the interesting thing about the truth. It doesn't matter how you frame it. It doesn't matter how you look at it and what diagram you use, and it makes sense, doesn't it? It stacks up. You can't really break the logic of it, which means it must be true. Okay, happy with number 4? Moving swiftly on, let's go directly into the translations, shall we? All right, so we've just got the colors inverted there, so we'll sort that out. Okay, you start.
Yeah, the laws of the universe do not permit contradiction.
Okay,
what holds
So
for
we put
love,
a capital there.
laws of the, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
We're going to be consistent.
What holds for love, what holds for pure formless awareness holds for you?
Okay, let me just go copy that.
If you believe you are absent from love, you will believe that it is absent from you.
Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this is how the ego works. You know, we've denied love, and then we believe that God has abandoned us. So our own denial is interpreted by the ego as abandonment. You know, we've somehow been abandoned and rejected by this presence, and it is absent from us. But it's only absent because of our own decision to deny it.
If you believe you are absent from, you will believe that it's absent from you. Infinity is meaningless without you, and you are meaningless without love. Perfect love. There is no end to perfect love, and his extension and its extension. For we are the universe, capitalized.
Yeah. So I mean, that doesn't. You must capitalize it.
Yeah.
Perfect love and its extension are capitalized, but universe is small.
Yeah.
When they did this editing, the capitalization was major. They didn't get it right, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, love is not incomplete, and it is not childless. It is not.
Yeah, childless. So he's using a metaphor of, you know, parent-child. It is not childless. It is not. How do we phrase that better? It is not without. You can't really say extensionless. It is not. It is not without extension. What do you think? Because that's what he means.
Yeah, I prefer childless actually, but well,
yeah, but then it you see what we're trying to get away from is change the metaphor of child parent, because it's a metaphor, isn't it? Whereas we're going directly into mind and saying, okay, well, the mind extends, so the mind is not without extension.
okay.
It's not without its extension. How about that? That maybe brings a bit better.
And it is not without its extension. Yeah, okay. The next one's interesting. Because he did not will to be alone, because it does not know,
Yeah.
aloneness.
Yeah, because it does not understand the state of aloneness.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Understand the state of aloneness.
Created
extended,
extended, like itself, and extended like itself.
extended an extension, like itself.
A lot of extensions.
Oh, we'll read it again and see how it reads. Does it actually read smoothly if you read it from the top? But let's finish it first.
Do not deny it its extension, or your unwillingness to accept its source
It's extension or son like itself. Do not deny him his son. Do not deny its extension. Okay, sorry. Its extension. Unwillingness to accept. Do not deny. I think we should its. We need to change that.
Oh yeah, okay.
Do not deny perfect love or pure formless awareness. Its extension. It just reads better. Extension for your unwillingness to accept its
Source.
well, sourcehood is the direct translation, isn't it? Which is actually a word, so we can use it.
Okay.
Sourcehood. Well, we remember we looked it up yesterday. It's not a common word, but it's a word. We go sourcehood. Sourcehood meaning. And then we get sourcehood. Where was it? Thought I saw I had a Collins sourcehood. Let's just go sourcehood. Maybe it's not a word. Sourcehood and its alternatives. And there are people who've used it. I'm sure I saw it in the Collins dictionary yesterday. Strange. Yeah, I'm not sure what the alternative is. If you're unwilling to accept its sourcehood, its fatherhood, its... Can you come up with a better word?
Origin?
No, that doesn't quite get it. Because it's saying that this fathered you, this is your source. To accept its origin, your unwillingness to accept maybe it, if we translate it as your source. That's probably the best way of doing it. If we don't want to use sourcehood. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that works. For your unwillingness to accept it as your source has denied you yours. Yeah.
Yeah. It denied you yours. Well, yours, you see, he's structured it around the idea of fatherhood. So your unwillingness to accept its fatherhood has denied you your fatherhood.
Yeah.
It's denied, so we have to put something after yours. It's denied you your ability to extend. Ability to extend. Yeah, does that work? Does that kind of ring? So denied you your ability to extend love.
Yeah, yeah.
Which kind of makes perfect sense. Yeah, of course, it's going to do that.
Yeah. See his.
Okay. Remember, see is perceive.
If
Perceive its.
Perceive its beingness as its extension.
Perceive its extensions as its extension. Perceive its creations as its extension. Yeah, I think extensions there. Perceive its extensions as its. There's a lot of extension going on, but it's logical. Oh, well, perceive its extension as its extension. For yours were created in honor of him. Okay, so perceive its extension as its. Yeah, it kind of its extension. So seemingly extensions in a small e is indicating there's still this idea of form, separation, bodies and so on, seemingly as separate identities, but as its one extension. We put in one there. How about that? Because it's one extension, and then it clarifies that extensions versus one extension. One, I suppose one should be its. No, actually that should be, because it's one extension. For yours, so referring to extensions, were extended in honor of him.
The universe, capital U.
I'm off. Feeling all right? But knocked out.
Knocked out, that's what I am.
Okay. Where yours were extended in honor of it. Okay. Extend love. Perceive its extensions. Denied your ability to extend love. Perceive its extensions, referring to love as its one extension. For yours were extended in honor of it. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. The universe, again, should be capitalized. Of love, capitalized. Yeah.
The love does not stop because you do not see it, nor have your eyes closed, nor have your closed eyes lost the ability to see. Look upon the glory of its extension, and you will learn what love has kept for you.
Okay, so seeing is perceived truly. Look upon the glory of its extension. And you will learn what perfect love or pure formless awareness has kept for you. Okay, a lot of translation in this one. So I read it from the top.
Yeah, the laws of the universe do not permit contradiction. What holds for perfect love or pure formless awareness holds for you. If you believe you are absent from perfect love or pure formless awareness, you will believe that it is absent from you. Infinity is meaningless without you, and you are meaningless without perfect love or pure formless awareness.
Yeah, you want to just stop there to unpack that?
So the laws of the universe are universal. They hold in all situations, and they apply equally to us. If we can't, we can know, we can not, we can. What's the word? There is no other way that we can exist without them and it without us. And infinity is meaningless without us, and we are meaningless without love. There is no end to perfect love and its extensions, because we are the universe.
So the universe is the source and everything that it extended. And by definition, its extension is infinite and eternal.
Yeah.
So we are part of that infinite, eternal awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and we cannot be separate from it. Right?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Perfect love or pure formless awareness is not incomplete, and it is not without its extent. So what are we doing now? Are we summarizing, or are we just reading it? Perfect love.
Well, you just
Yeah.
just read it and then go, okay, does that make sense? Reflect on it.
Perfect love or pure formless awareness is not incomplete, and it is not without its extension. Because it did not understand the state of aloneness, it extended an extension like itself. Not deny perfect love or pure formless awareness its extension, or your unwillingness to accept it as your source has denied you your ability to extend love. Perceive its extensions as its one extension, for yours were extended in honor of it. The universal love does not stop because you do not perceive it, nor have your closed eyes lost the ability to perceive truly. Look upon the glory of its extension, and you will learn what perfect love or pure formless awareness is kept for you. So I think what he's saying here is that it's impossible for us to deny pure formless awareness. And to try to do so is meaningless.
It's denied us our ability to love.
And denied
if you create the block here and you deny that you are its extension, so this is not in your awareness, you blocked it out. And on this level, how can you love? Possible. You've denied the source of love. And so then, you live in this state of seemingly abandoned by love, and it's a very cruel, cold world without it, but you've denied it in your awareness. So you're saying, well, let it come through, recognize that you are its extension, and let it express through you and extend as love in through you. So you become the instrument of that love in the world, extending through you. So it's talking high level theory here, but it's again very practical, because if you deny this awareness in yourself, how can you love anyone or anything in the world?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It can't extend through because you've blocked that extension. So that's why the idea of extension is quite useful, I think, in creation. It wants to extend through you. It wants to express through you. Maybe express in this world, we'd say, love wants to express through you in your thoughts and your words and your actions. And then you become used You are done through by this presence, and it's just extending through you. So it's not really you doing it. There's no sense of a separate you doing it. That's really the whole point. There's one awareness doing it. Your mind and God's mind are one when you allow the extension to come through you. So that's why the idea of extension, allowing the flow to come through you, is so important, because it connects you with your source and removes the blocks to the awareness of that source in your mind. Okay, can you give a little summary of that paragraph?
Well, I think it's emphasizing that we can think we can block love, but we can't. We can only deny it on a temporary basis, because we are part of love.
Yeah, we are the extension of it. So we cannot deny that extension. We cannot deny that this is our source. Otherwise, we deny our ability to extend and allow the love to extend through us. It's like the flow of a river. You know, if you dam the river up, you block its flow outwards, then it cannot flow out, and the water actually gets stagnant. So the same idea, it's got to flow through you. You got to allow it to extend through you, and there's no obstacle to that continuous flow. That's quite a nice analogy to think of it in this world. Look upon the glory of its extension. You will learn what perfect love or pure formless awareness is kept for you. So you see its extension, you allow that extension to come through you as love in this world for other people. And then you learn that this is kept for you. This awareness is your awareness. Okay. Some questions on number 5?
No, it's good.
Happy with that? Number 6.
God, pure formless awareness, has given you a place in his in its awareness that is yours forever.
It's just
Yet you can keep it only by giving it as it was given you. Could you be alone there when it was given you because perfect love, pure formless awareness did not understand about being alone?
Okay, so it's just when it was given you because perfect love. Could you be alone there when it was given you because perfect love did not will to be alone, did not understand aloneness, or understand the state of being alone? Aloneness. That kind of works. Yeah, happy with that?
Yeah. The awareness of perfect love, pure formless awareness cannot be lessened.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll just say perfect love's awareness cannot be lessened.
It can only be increased, for everything he extends has the function of extension. It can be increased, for everything it extends has the function of extension.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Everything it extends has the function of in turn extending in one continuous unbroken line of extension or creation, as he terms it.
Love does not limit, and what it extends is not limited.
Okay. Oh, right. Well spotted. Everything it extends is a function of extending.
Love does not limit, and what it extends is not limited. To give without limit is perfect love's
What's perfect? What's will again?
well, I would say intention there rather than awareness.
Okay. To give without limit is perfect love's awareness for you. Yeah, you could say intention, but I think what we're trying to get away from is that this awareness has a kind of will, and it has desire, it has intention, because that's not actually true. It's just perfect awareness. So perfect love's awareness for you is to give without limit. Kind of makes sense. To give without limit is perfect love's awareness for you. So that awareness, perfect love's awareness in you, is to give without limit. What do you think?
Well,
Still prefer intention?
yeah, I wouldn't understand it if I was reading it without your explanation.
To give without limit is perfect love's intention for you. So only this can bring you joy. Yeah. Okay, well, we want to make it as understandable as possible. That's the idea of doing the translation.
Yeah.
Perfect love's intention for you. It's actually good I'm doing this with you, because then it's like, okay, does that make sense?
Give without limit is perfect love's intention for you, because only this can bring you the joy is its own.
Yeah. Do we need to put its own? That is its. We can just leave it as its, I think. And it wills to share with you. Wants to share with you. It intends to share with you.
Or just shares with you.
Yeah. Joy that is its, and that it tends to share with you. It. Yeah. Obviously, then you're changing his you're shortening it. That it. But yeah, you could just say it shares with you. It does make sense. What do you think? Should we shorten it or just?
I'm happy with it, Sean.
There's sort of the idea of intention is like it's not quite actual. Do you know what I mean? That's the problem with any kind of intention or desire. Whereas this actually just shares it with you.
Yeah.
That is its, and then it shares with you. It does it. It's given. The love is as boundless as its because it is. Okay, do you want to read it from the top, see? And then just unpack it as you go.
Perfect love or pure formless awareness has given you a place in its awareness that is yours forever. So we are a part of pure formless awareness forever. Yet you can keep it only by giving it as it was given you. So to have, we have to give.
Because in the extension of it, we recognize that it's our source. See, this is the simple truth that it's one of the major teachings of the course. He's saying as you give it, you'll know it and you'll receive it, because you're giving what you then affirming in your own mind as is there. If you deny it, then you're saying it's not there. So you keep it in your awareness only by giving it as was given you.
Would you be alone there when it was given you? Because perfect love or pure formless awareness did not understand aloneness. So pure formless awareness does not understand the idea of aloneness. So therefore, we're not alone.
Yeah. So we cannot, this idea of being alone is impossible. It's just not true.
Perfect love's awareness cannot be lessened. It can only be increased. For everything it extends has the function of extending. So by being part of this awareness of perfect, it extends to include everybody and everything. Love does not limit, and what it extends is not limited. So it's no limitation on love. To give without limit is perfect love's intention for you, because only this can bring you the joy that is it and that it shares with you. Your love is as boundless as it, because it is it.
Okay, there's a couple too many it's there. Getting very itty bitty. So if we put in loves, and because only this can bring you the joy that is loves, I think we put that in over there. What do you think? That is loves.
Better.
That it shares with you. Your love is as boundless as, let's say, perfect. Your love is as boundless as perfect loves, because it is. Because it is. Because it is it. Yeah, because it is itself. I'll just leave it as is it. Happy with that? Okay, you want to give a quick summary of that?
So we have a place within pure formless awareness, which is extended to include everyone. So as we share it, we have our place there with perfect love.
As we give it and extend it, we come to know that it's our source and that it's always there and it's limitless, and giving to us infinitely. If we block it and we don't extend it, then we're saying it's limited, and we deny ourselves its awareness. So that's why, you know, giving and extending are so important. So one of the major themes of the course, you know, extending, giving the love, so that you may keep it, so that you know that you have it in your own awareness. Because as you give something, you're saying, well, I have lots of it to give, aren't you? So by giving love, you're confirming that there's the source of love is within you, and it's infinite, and it can just keep giving. There's no end to it. Okay, so happy with number 6?
Yeah. I'm going to need to go and get some food ready before we go out, Jono.
Okay. Would you need to go now?
Yeah, more or less.
So we've got another, 7 to 11 paragraphs. We've got another 4 paragraphs to go.
Right.
Of this. Actually they're not too long, but you can listen in if you're working in the kitchen. We'll finish it, and you can listen in if you need to.
Okay.
You need to go in.
Yep.
Okay, so number 7.
Could any part of God be without his love? So,
Let's just do the translation directly.
could any part of pure formless awareness be without without its love?
Any part of perfect love or pure formless awareness be without
Its love. And could any part of its love be contained? Pure formless awareness is your heritage, because its one gift is itself.
Yeah.
Can you give except like it if you would know its gift to you? Give then without limit and without end, to learn how much it has given you. Your ability to accept it depends on your willingness to give as it gives. Your sourcehood,
Yeah, your sourcehood and your father are one. So your fatherhood means your ability to extend.
yeah, okay, yeah. Your ability
That's
to,
really what it means.
yeah, that's nice. And your source, your ability to extend love and your source are one. Yeah, okay.
Makes sense, yeah.
Pure formless awareness wills to extend. Wills to extend, and your will is its. Oh yeah,
The will
your
is awareness.
It follows then that you will to extend.
You will to extend, that you intend to extend. Could leave it as will, that you will to extend, or you want to extend, or you intend to extend.
I'm happy with will.
Yeah.
Will to extend, since your will follows from its. And being an extension of its will, yours must be the same.
Again, too many hits, I think. Okay, so will is awareness. An extension of its awareness, yours must be the same. Okay, you want to read it from the top?
But any part of perfect love or pure forms awareness without its love? And could any part of its love be contained? Perfect love or pure forms awareness is your heritage, because its one gift is itself. How can you give except like it if you would know its gift to you? Give then without limit and without end to learn how much it has given you. Your ability to accept it depends on your willingness to give as it gives. Your ability to extend love and your source are one. Perfect love or pure formless awareness wills to extend, and your awareness is it. It follows then that you will to extend, since your awareness follows from perfect love's. And being an extension of its awareness, your awareness must be the same. So it's saying the same thing, but is kind of gearing it towards if you give love, love is there to be given, because by so doing you strengthen it and extend it, and it is without limit. And your ability to accept it also is potentially infinite and the right thing to do, because our ability to accept it depends on our willingness to give it. Interesting, or interesting link there. Our ability to accept it depends on our willingness to give it.
So that actually clarifies it quite a lot. When you look at number 5,
yeah,
the ability to accept it depends on your willingness to give it. So your ability, your fatherhood, your ability to extend love and your source are one.
Yes. Yeah.
You have to accept the source in order to give it. Makes complete sense.
Yep.
So it wills to extend through you. You've got to just allow that process and allow yourself to be done through by this love. And then you experience its gifts, you experience love, peace, and joy, and your life is a much happier experience than if you block it and you limit it.
Yeah.
Okay, want to give a little summary of that?
Is saying, seek to give freely because you are freely given unto, to give and to receive are one, and your ability to accept is in direct correlation to your willingness to give.
As it gives.
As it gives.
Then you're accepting that it must be your awareness. You know, it's kind of totally logical, isn't it? It's like, well, of course, if love only extends and gives freely, and that love is my own awareness, then I must do the same as love would do. I must give and extend freely to know myself as that presence or awareness. So he's saying that in a convoluted way, but it's all just mind training, isn't it? It's just like washing your mind, going, yeah, okay. The more he says it, the more you go, yes, okay, I accept it. You know, this is true, it's logical. There is really no alternative. The only alternative is to block it.
Yeah.
You know, block the extension, or you allow the extension to come through you. Those are the choices. Okay, happy with that?
Yeah. Yet what you will, you do not know. This is not strange when you realize that to deny is to not know. Let's just start again. Yet what you will, you do not know.
So he's talking about your will here. You will.
Yeah.
So we can change that if you like. So yet what you
desire.
No, he's referring to awareness there. He's referring to your true awareness. You don't really know your true awareness. So maybe we say, yet what you will, you do not know. Yet you do not know your true awareness.
Okay.
What do you think?
That's fine. That's straightforward.
I think it clarifies it. Makes it easier to understand.
It does. This is not strange when you realize that to deny is to not know. Pure formless awarenesses will awareness. Oh yeah, perfect love's awareness is that you are its extension.
You see, so it goes beyond the like intending. It is its awareness. You are its extension in its awareness. That's what this is saying, really. Rather than intending that, wanting that, it is its awareness. You are its extension. Okay.
By denying this, you deny your own awareness. By denying this, you deny your own awareness, and therefore do not know what it is. You must ask what love's awareness is in everything. Because it is yours. Do not know what it is, but the remembrance of oneness remembers it for you. Ask it, therefore, what perfect love's awareness is for you. and it will tell you yours. It cannot be too often repeated that you do not know it. Whenever what the remembrance of oneness tells you appears to be coercive, it is only because you have not recognized your own awareness.
Okay. Remembrance of oneness. We could say the remembrance of love. What do you think?
Yeah, that's got to change it a bit.
Remembrance of love remembers it for you. And remembrance of recognize your awareness. Okay. So you want to get a little summary of that?
It's saying that we don't actually know what's good for us. And we don't understand our own natures. We don't know what's good for us. We are denying, and thereby we are denying our real selves.
Denying our own true awareness.
We don't know what love's awareness is, but the remembrance of love will remember it for us. So it's really saying, ask us what perfect love's awareness is for ourselves, and it will tell. And if it seems to be disjointed or doesn't make sense, it's because we haven't recognized our own awareness. We don't perceive our own awareness. We don't understand our own. We don't know our own awareness.
Should make it own awareness. Your true awareness. Because you've not recognized your own true awareness. Okay, yeah, so pretty simple. Again, just saying the same thing in a different way. We've denied our true awareness, so we've denied love's awareness. And if we ask the remembrance of that awareness, the remembrance of love, remembers it for us. And whenever it appears to tell you, what it tells you appears to be coercive, it's only because you have not recognized your own true awareness. It's not coercing you, it's reminding you of what's your own true awareness. So that recognition, if you resist that, then it'll appear to be coercive. But if you simply recognize, well, this is actually my own true awareness, just reminding me, then I have no resistance to it. Oh, okay, well, welcome home. You know, it's just my own true awareness coming back. I'm finally coming back into myself and departing from the ego's insanity of believing I'm something I'm not. Okay, happy with 8? Any questions on that?
Oh, that's good.
Number 9.
The projection of the idea of separation, belief in separation, the projection of the belief in separation makes it appear as if awareness of it appears as if love's awareness is outside yourself and therefore not yours. In this interpretation, it seems possible for love's awareness and yours to conflict.
Yeah. Okay. So let me catch up. Let's just go here. Maybe. Okay. So projection of okay, and the ego is the belief in separation. Perfect love's awareness is outside yourself and therefore not yours. Interpretation, it seems possible for
love's awareness and yours to conflict. Pure formless awareness then may seem and of you what you do not want to give, and thus deprive you of what you want. Would love, who wants only your awareness, be capable of this? Your awareness is its life, which it has given to you. Even in time, you cannot live apart from it.
I think that needs a comma as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes they miss out on the commas as well, punctuation. Even in time, you cannot live apart from. Sleep is not death. Not perfect love or pure formless awareness created can sleep. Extended. The sleep is not death. What perfect love or pure formless awareness extended can sleep but cannot die.
Yeah. Immortality is its awareness mentioned.
Yeah. You want to change that to intention?
Yes.
Its awareness, its intention for its son, its will. Totality is its awareness for its extension. Yeah. Okay. You could use awareness here instead. I don't know. What do you think? I don't like the idea of intention because it gives this.
No, it's a bit counter.
You see what I mean? It's not really an intention. It just is its awareness. Awareness is saying it's already there. It's a done deal. It's its awareness for its extension. Intention implies that it has some kind of will. You know, we say God wills, God wants. That's not really the truth at all. It's we're trying to get out of that in our translation. So we'll leave it as awareness, I think. And it's no, that's extensions.
And its extensions will for itself.
Oh, extensions awareness for itself. I mean, if you stay consistent to the translation, then it makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All awareness in one line. Its awareness is our awareness. So its awareness must be its extension's awareness for itself. Logically, it's all one awareness. Okay, so perfect.
Extension cannot will death for itself because its source is life. And its extension is like it.
You put itself, it sounds a bit better. Maybe reads a bit better.
Beingness is your will because it is its.
Yeah, that's not a bad translation. Instead of extension is your will. And we keep it as will. Beingness is your will. Beingness is your awareness, I think. Beingness is your awareness because it is perfect loves. Okay. We'll read it from the top, see if it makes sense.
Rejection of the belief in separation makes it appear as if love's awareness is outside yourself and therefore not yours. In this interpretation, it seems possible for perfect love's awareness and yours to conflict. Perfect love or pure formless awareness then may seem to demand of you what you do not want to give, and thus deprive you of what you want. Would perfect love or pure formless awareness, which wants only your awareness, be capable of this? Your awareness is its life, which it has given to you. Even in time, you cannot live apart from it. Sleep is not death. What perfect love or pure formless awareness extended can sleep, but cannot die. Immortality is its awareness for its extension, and its extension's awareness for itself. Perfect love's extension cannot will death for itself because its source is life and its awareness.
Source is life and its extension is like itself. Missed out a couple of lines there.
because its source is life and its extension is like itself. Beingness is your awareness because it is perfect love's awareness.
Okay, I'm going to summarize that. Key points.
Well, we may feel conflicted with perfect love's awareness at times, but that's only because we are not aligned with it and have made some mistake somewhere, or not understood the situation in the way that we need to. Because our awareness will take us to, because love just wants our awareness. We might be away, we might be absent from it for a little while, but we actually remain separate from it. And pure formless awareness cannot be killed, cannot be annihilated, because it is the source of life.
Yeah, so we deny it, we sleep, because we deny this awareness, but it cannot die. Because without that, we would have no existence. There would be, mind, no awareness at all.
Yeah.
It's completely obvious, really, but somehow we've managed to miss the obvious in our delusions, and somehow believe that we can be separate from life itself, even though we exist on some level and we have awareness.
Yeah.
Okay, so happy with number 9?
Yeah, yeah.
Number 10.
You cannot
go straight into translation.
You cannot be happy unless you do what you will truly, and you cannot change this because it is immutable. It is immutable by love's awareness and yours.
So we leave that. Do what you will truly. Do what you're aware of truly. But he's talking about doing.
Yeah.
So do what you will truly. You cannot change this because it is immutable. Do what you will truly.
Do what you will in alignment with love. Do what is your true
awareness. Do what how about
that's it, that's good. Yeah,
like that?
Yeah, what your true awareness inspires you to do. That's good, that's better. Yeah.
You cannot change this because it is immutable.
It is immutable by pure perfect love's awareness and yours. Or otherwise its will would not be extended.
Yeah.
Are afraid to know you are afraid to know perfect love's awareness because you believe it is not yours. This belief is your whole sickness and your whole fear of, I think it's fear of every of every symptom of sickness and fear arises here. This is belief your. Oh, this is belief. This belief is your whole
Yeah,
sickness.
full stop there. Sorry, this. I'm not quite sure how we get rid of this. It does this from time to time. It doesn't seem like.
It's your whole fear. Full stop.
Yeah.
Every symptom of sickness and fear arises here, because this is the belief that makes you want not to know. Believing this, you hide in lack of awareness.
Darkness. This. Yeah. Limit.
Denying that the awareness is in you.
True awareness.
True awareness.
Okay. Read it from the top.
Cannot be
Unpack
happy
it
unless
as you go.
cannot be happy unless you do what your true awareness inspires you to do, and you cannot change this because it is immutable. It is immutable by perfect love's awareness and yours, for otherwise its awareness would not be extended. So we cannot be happy unless we are doing what we truly are inspired and here to do according to its will, its plan.
So the idea of doing coming from being.
Oh yes, being.
You cannot be happy unless you do what your true awareness inspires you to do. Or our beingness. We could even make true awareness beingness. What your beingness inspires you to do. Our will is our beingness. Yeah, but we'll leave it as true awareness. True awareness inspires you to do, and you cannot change this because it is immutable. So it's just allowing this awareness to come through and inspire us to do whatever we need to do on the level of form. You can still operate and function, but it's coming from true awareness rather than from the false awareness of separation.
Yeah.
So you reinterpret all of your life circumstances according to this and live in a state of inspiration.
You are afraid to know perfect love's awareness because you believe it is not yours. This belief is your whole sickness and your whole fear. Every symptom of sickness and fear arises here because this is the belief that makes you want not to know. Believing this, you hide in limited awareness, denying that true awareness is in you. So the source of sickness our source of sickness lies in not wanting to believe our true awareness.
Yeah, we believe that this awareness is not our awareness. And that's the source of all our sickness and fear. Every symptom of sickness and fear arises here, in a separation from our true awareness.
Yeah.
Makes you want not to know. So we want not to know the truth, which is why sickness is such a massive defense against the truth.
Yeah.
You're sick, then you're saying, I don't want to know the truth of my eternal, infinite, invulnerable reality. I prefer to deny it and believe in the reality of sickness in the body, the separation.
5 minutes.
Okay, so happy with that paragraph?
Yeah, I must just go, Lou.
Okay, no problem. I'll start the translation in the meantime. Okay, I've done a bit of translation.
Excellent.
So,
You are asked to trust the remembrance of love only because it speaks for you. It is the voice for perfect love or pure formless awareness, but never forget that perfect love or pure formless awareness did not will to be alone. Did not will to be alone. Was never understood.
does not understand being alone.
Alone. It shares its awareness with you. It does not thrust it upon you. But remember that what it gives, it keeps. So that nothing it gives can contradict it. You who share its life must share it to know it. For sharing is knowing. Blessed are you who learn that to hear the awareness of your source is to know your own. For it is your awareness.
That needs to be changed. Awareness of your source. Can you hear the awareness?
The awareness
Hear
source.
Hear the awareness. Should we change here to perceive? Perceive, maybe. Or to be aware of the awareness of your source. To perceive. Let's leave it as perceive. Be aware of the awareness is a bit clumsy.
Yeah.
So be your own.
For it is your will to be like it. Whose awareness it is that it be so. Perfect love's awareness is that its extension be one. And united with it in its oneness. That is why healing is the beginning of the recognition that your will is its.
Okay. And read it from the top.
Asked to trust the remembrance of love. You are asked to trust the remembrance of love only because it speaks for you. It is the voice for perfect love or pure formless awareness, but never forget that perfect love or pure formless awareness does not understand being alone. It shares its awareness with you. It does not thrust it upon you. Always remember that what it gives, it keeps, so that nothing it gives can contradict it. You who share its life must share it to know it, for sharing is knowing. Blessed are you who learn that to perceive the awareness of your source is to know your own. For it is your will to be like it, whose awareness it is that it be so. Perfect love's awareness is that its extension be one, and united with it in its oneness. That is why healing is the beginning of the recognition that your will is its.
Your awareness is it. Okay, any thoughts on that?
I think it's saying here that love's awareness is not thrust on us. It's always available, but it is always available for us to tap into. And by accepting it ourselves and extending it, we strengthen it. And its desire is that we be one with it.
Yeah.
And that's why healing is the beginning of the recognition of our awareness.
Yeah, which goes back to the beginning. So, do you want to give a little summary of the whole thing? Like, what are the key points here?
Yeah. Can we go back to the title? What is it? Fatherhood. Gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really about the gifts of.
Fatherhood.
It's very much about love's perfect awareness is there for us all the time. We might deny it, we might not understand it, but it is always there, and it wants us to unite with it and extend it, because that is that's its natural way. And we may deny it, we may not accept it, but when we extend it, it is always in our interests to do so, because it is what we want, what we truly want.
The gifts of fatherhood is saying, as we extend these gifts, love, peace, and joy, then we come to know ourselves as the source of these, and we come to know our source, which is the ultimate source of these, because it's kind of flowing through us.
Yeah.
As we extend it, we come to know that we are that same source from which it all ultimately comes. And it's kind of happening in one line. So the source is just now extending through us without any blocks to its extension.
Yeah.
And then we must be one with it. There's no separation between us and our source. It just flows through us without any limitation or blocks. And we come to know ourselves as that source. Yeah, so really lovely. And a lot of he goes into, he's talking about it over and over in different ways, because it's about just washing our mind and getting us to, like, yeah, okay, getting that it's like there's one idea here. It's one very simple idea, and I'm just starting to accept it. That's what he's doing in the workbook. So it's in the text. So it's like a different mind training process from the workbook, isn't it?
Yeah.
The workbook's very direct. It's like, okay, so here we go, practical exercise. This is like, okay, so think about these ideas and think about it this way and think about it this way and spin it this way, and over and over and over again. Every time you do it, it's like washing your mind of the belief in separation, getting to see it from so many different angles and accept it, that eventually you go, yes, okay, this is the truth. So yeah, interesting. The text has its own mind training process going on in parallel to the workbook.
Good.
Okay, well that brings us to the end of the text. Do you have a time for a meditation, or do you have to go?
Got to go, really, because we've got the band.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll just end it there then, shall we?
Yeah.
So see you tomorrow afternoon.
I'm not around tomorrow or Wednesday.
Okay.
I'm away playing golf for 2 days.
Okay. We'll enjoy that.